Excellent. Let's do it then. Good morning, everyone. We'll call the meeting to order this morning at 9 o'clock a.m. In the true spirit of reconciliation, we acknowledge all those who call this land home now and for thousands of years in the past. May we respect each other and find understanding together and recognize the benefits that this land provides to all of us. I just want a couple of thank yous off the start. I want to thank Deputy Reeve Curvis. Thanks, John, for chairing the last meeting that I was unable to attend. Thank you for that. And I want to also send out a big thank you to staff here at the county. We had our first of our two 60th anniversary celebrations last Friday in Shaughnessy, and it was awesome. Just a huge, hats off to staff and the organizing committee for all the work they put into it. Thought it was amazing. Tons of great feedback from the community. And we have another one coming up tomorrow at the McNally Community Association, 3 till 6, 3 till 7. So yeah, thank you. A big thank you to staff, and thank you to members of council for making it out. And hopefully we see you again tomorrow. If we move down to our agenda, we have a couple of time commitments today. We have an 11:30 a.m. delegation, as well as we have our two public hearings scheduled for 10 a.m. As far as the agenda goes, we do have a couple of proposed amendments to the agenda. I believe administration would like us to shift item E, the delegation, into a closed session. There was a request from the SRSDC to have that in a closed session. As well, if we could move item F2, F2.1, the intermunicipal collaboration, also move that into our closed session. We may have to come in and out of closed today, but those two items will fall under closed as well. Is there any other additions or deletions proposed to the agenda? John?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move that we adopt the agenda as edited.
Thank you, John. John has moved for the adoption of the agenda as amended. Is there any further discussion? I'll call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Item C, adoption of minutes. County Council meeting minutes of July 4th, 2024. Are there any errors, omissions, any issues arising from the minutes? Claus.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll move the minutes as presented.
Thank you, Claus. Claus has moved for the adoption of the July 4th, 2024 County Council meeting minutes as presented. Any discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thanks, Claus. Why don't we then go in our agenda down to item F, department reports. F1, development infrastructure. F1.1, rescind road closure resolutions, plan 375BM. Morning, Hillary.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Council. So this is a bit more of an unusual agenda report for Council to see. Usually you approve road closures and they carry on and the roads get closed that need to get closed. In this particular instance, we did have a road closure that was approved for closure by resolution, so it didn't go through a bylaw process. It went through a resolution process, and it was approved on August 29th of 2017, so that was about 7 years ago. I received a letter from Alberta Transportation a couple months ago stating that they were going through their files and they noticed that this particular road closure had not been approved or hadn't been registered at land titles, and they wondered if it was going to be registered or not. If it was not, they did request that the resolutions be rescinded by council so that they can clear it off the books. So with regards to this particular road closure application, it was submitted to resolve a very historical road encroachment issue at that time. In discussions with the landowners, at that time I didn't deal with the road closures back in 2017, but after it was approved by County Council at that time, the discussions kind of fell apart, and there was no resolution to the road closure issue, and so the road closures were not registered. In your agenda package, I have included the road closures in question, which are both located north of the city on, what do we call that road? Lethbridge Pit Road, thank you. I'll just pull it up on the map here so that you can kind of see the general area. So it's that road going down into the Lethbridge Pit, Township Road 9-5. There, as you can kind of see, there's a little bit of deviation here and there on the road. We did end up fixing kind of the part of the road that was of most concern in consultation with Lafarge, but the rest of the road closures were no longer deemed required. So as such, we are recommending that County Council rescind the resolutions 256-17 and 257-17, being those two respective road closure applications. If County Council approves those rescinding those resolutions, I will send those notices up to Alberta Transportation, and those will be taken off their records, and that will resolve that particular issue. So with that, I'll put it back to you, Mr. Chairman, for any questions or discussion.
Thank you, Hillary. I would open it up to council for any questions you may have, any discussion. John, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, as I'm seeing this and as I'm reading this, this couldn't be resolved with the landowner, but is the landowner still having a concern with the encroachments, or?
I wasn't involved with the discussions, Councillor Kurbis through the chair, but I do believe it was the previous, Devin Teely was there, and also probably the previous director of operations were involved in those discussions. Oops. You bet.
I'll try and provide some clarity for you on this one because it is a bit historical and a little bit complicated. So initially this property right here where my cursor is, they were looking to sell their property, and what they discovered through an RPR is that this portion of County Road is actually veered outside of the road allowance. So we received a letter from their legal representative saying this is an issue, please rectify it. So when we looked at this entire road, we noticed that wasn't the only portion that the road veered out of the right-of-way slightly. It was the most significant portion, but not the only area. So my thought was at the time, let's try and capture the whole road all the way up to the top of the hill within the right-of-way. We were successful with these landowners in obtaining the right-of-way required for the sale of the property, but we were not successful with the other landowners. They haven't came forward with any concerns or anything at the time or since then. But by purchasing the right-of-way at the bottom of the hill, we did resolve that issue at the bottom. So there are portions, as you can see in here, that do slightly deviate from the right-of-way, but we were unable to come to an agreement with the landowners. So we do have other instances of this in the county. It's not necessarily unique to this area, but that's kind of the history on it.
Thank you. So just to follow up on that, so potentially down the road, this may come in front of us again if the property changes hands or the landowners then have some concerns. But at this point in time, since 2017, this has been stagnant.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Go ahead, Lauren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is Lafarge Road?
That's correct. Yeah, down to the Lafarge pit north of the city.
Did you did fix the bottom part at the bottom of the hill, right? The
That's
curve
correct.
there?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good, Klaus.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It doesn't really say, but whose road is that?
It's a county road.
Yeah, the county road, but the land around it, that the landowners were not happy with that. So, because it looks to me like it's all just natural cooling there.
Yeah,
Yes.
it is. Yeah.
Yes.
Go, John.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to move the County Council rescind resolutions 256-17 on the northeast of 3921 west of the 4th and 257-17, which is on the northeast of 3921 west of the 4th and southeast of 31921 west of the 4th.
Thank you, John. John has moved the recommendation. Is there any further discussion? John has moved the County Council rescind resolutions 256-17, Northeast 3921 west of the 4, and 257-17, northeast 3921 west of the 4, and southeast 31921 west of the 4. Any further discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Those opposed? That's carried.
Thank you.
Thank you, Hillary. Thanks, Devin.
Yeah.
Why don't we move down then to our correspondence? We have 2 pieces of correspondence today. Our first from Eldorado RV, and our second regarding the MPE link pathway. I will maybe start on the Eldorado RV. So before us, we have a letter to the attention of Alberta Transportation, County of Lethbridge, and the town of Colehurst from Eldorado RV. Cole, can I ask you maybe just to summarize, please?
Yeah, right now, so they're having some challenges with the intersection off of Highway 3 with the development, and they're seeing roughly 9,500 to 11,000 patrons visit during a short window in the year. And so they're trying to advocate for some upgrades there. We've reached out to Colehurst, the town of Colehurst, as this is a business that falls within the county. However, these upgrades have a significant impact on the town of Colehurst and is part of their strategic priorities. And so they requested that we delay till they have an opportunity to discuss with their council and some of the work that they've done. And so we're just waiting right now to hear from them, and then we can see how we can advocate together, or some form of joint advocacy with Alberta Transportation or the provincial government. There are some numbers in here that we will need to validate and maybe reach out to AT to confirm their traffic counts, or if they have updated traffic counts. And this might be something that we need to look into based on our historical numbers and some of those changes, and that might affect our road plans and our infrastructure upgrade plans as well. So I think that this highlights some things that we need to focus on, but we really want to understand what the town of Colehurst's approach is first, and then we'll see how we can best support.
Do we have a I guess an intention then to communicate that to Eldorado and Mr. Hall that is our intent at this time?
So we were going to hold. I wanted some more clarity on the town of Colehurst's approach, and then I think we can have a more meaningful response to them. But yes, it would be our intention to respond with how we're going to try and support, what our options are, what we think we can do, what we have to request from the provincial government, and what some of that planning may look like. I thought it would just be more helpful if we had a little bit more information from Colehurst first.
Awesome. Any questions, comments on that one? Go ahead, Klaus.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a comment. This has been going on for years and years already with that intersection there. And I think the solution that they've come up with there of the lights, I think it's an excellent solution, because I think that's probably the only way to get things done, as not having to go an overpass or anything like that, but just my opinion.
Thanks, Klaus. Anything else on that one? Okay, thank you. Our second piece of correspondence, MP Link Pathway grand opening. We are thrilled to announce the grand opening for the MPE Link Pathway Phase 1 on Thursday, August 8th at 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. at the Coldell Trailhead. The project has been a collaborative effort between the municipal governments of Lethbridge, Coldell, and Lethbridge County, as well as many other community members and organizations. We are proud to finally bring it to fruition. We would like to invite all community members to join us for this exciting event. The ceremony will feature live music, a free barbecue lunch, project speeches, and a ceremonial ribbon cutting to mark the pathway's grand opening. Don't forget to RSVP and let us know you're coming. The link to the Eventbrite page is below. Please mark your calendars. And this is on behalf of the Link Pathway Committee. So just an invitation to their grand opening, and just a note that there will be limited space and parking at the Coldell Home Hardware is suggested. So I don't think there's much more on that one. So then we can continue moving down. We'll move down to County Council and Committee updates. Item 1, the 2024 Bursary Awards. And I believe that our council members or community representatives was going to speak to that. Got that, Mark? Okay, go ahead, Mark.
Thanks, Reeve Campbell. Yes, we met on July 9th to review the applications. There were a total of 12 applicants received by the June 1st deadline, which is lower than the 22 applications received last year. Although there were fewer applications and a couple that were not eligible under policy number 182 guidelines. Quality of student applications based on grades, community involvement, and extracurricular and post-secondary plans continue to be impressive. Following the committee review and discussion, 3 bursary winners have been selected to receive a bursary in the amount of $1,500 each. And the recipients this year are Rayanne Campmans, Danica Hodge, and Vanessa Moorhead. This committee, I think Lauren and John and I all, this is our second or third year doing it, so it's a lot of fun to sit on that committee, and it's always, I'm always amazed at the quality of applications that we receive and the members that are in our community that are putting their names forward. And I think we're making people more aware that this is out there. So we're talked with Jennifer Place, who's our lead on this, and had some recommendations moving forward to adjust it. I know in the past we had 2 and we've bumped it up to 3 scholarships, but there's some other areas we're looking at and changing and just tightening up the wording on it. So again, it was a lot of fun and really enjoyed it, and congratulations to those 3 recipients for this year's award.
Thank you, Mark. I'd open up to council for any other comments or discussion. Go, Lauren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to reiterate what Mark said. I think that the 3 top ones, their marks or their final exams were just about out of this world. I mean, whatever field they choose to enter in, they will have absolutely no problem being successful. It was amazing to see over the 3 years or 4 years of high school what their grades were. It was unbelievable. Like, they were definitely honor students.
Thanks, Lauren. Go ahead, John.
Thank you. Yeah, and just to sort of follow up with that, I as well find great joy in being on this committee, and it's very rewarding and satisfying looking through this. And I would like to actually congratulate all of the people that applied, because their marks and community involvement overall is exemplary, and it is very hopeful to see that in terms of the quality of applicants that we get and their career paths that's chosen. So yeah, I'd just like to pass on my congratulations to the 3 of them as well.
Thanks, John. Someone like to move the recommendation? John.
Thank you. I'd like to move the County Council award the 2024 bursaries in the amount of $1,500 each to be presented at the County Council meeting on August 1st, 2024 to the following recipients: Rayanne Campmans, Danica Hodge, and Vanessa Moorhead.
Thank you, John. John has moved the recommendation. Is there any further discussion? County Council, the recommendation is that County Council awards the 2024 bursary in the amount of $1,500 each to be presented at the County Council meeting on August 1st, 2024 to the following recipients: Rayanne Campmans, Danica Hodge, and Vanessa Moorhead. If there's no further discussion, I'll call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you very much to Jen and staff for their work on the administrative side of things, and a big thank you to John, Lauren, and Mark. I would echo what all 3 of you said. I think it's great that we're able to offer this, and I think that it's awesome to see the number of applicants, and the quality is just amazing. So just echo what you guys said. Thank you very much, and congratulations. Our second item under County Council and committee updates are County Council attendance update. So why don't we start in Division 1 with Councillor Lauren Hickey. Lauren?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So on the 5th, I had the FCSS meeting, and we have no more meetings until September there. June the 10th, Lethbridge County City IDP meeting. The 19th, Green Acres Finance meeting. The 20th was council meeting. The 24th had a meeting with the CEO, Cole, and the 26th was Green Acres board meeting. And again, there are no more meetings for Green Acres until September.
Thanks, Lauren. Division 2 for myself, June 6th to 9th, I was in Calgary for the FCM conference, the largest FCM conference to date. City of Calgary was a terrific host. The venue was great. I think, as always, with my experience anyways with FCM, definitely a little bit of a challenge trying to bridge the vast wants and needs of all the municipalities across Canada. There's obviously a large focus on the large urbans, and sometimes that doesn't really reflect the needs and wants of some of the smaller rural municipalities. But I do think that's often a topic of conversation there, is how do we better bridge that. Overall, yeah, some of the content I think of the conference probably wasn't the most applicable to us here in Southern Alberta. But it is nice to have those conversations, and I think as big and vast as our country is, a lot of at tables like ours, a lot of the same conversations are happening around service provision, funding. There's a huge push from FCM to come together and try and convince the federal government to put together a framework so that municipalities are being continually and sustainably funded by the federal government. That framework is something that I think everyone shares a desire to see happen. It's just working with the feds and getting them at the table. But overall, yeah, it was a nice couple days in Calgary and some good conversations. June 12th, we had a Lethbridge County City of Lethbridge IDP meeting. 14th, meeting with Alberta Minister of Immigration and South Grow members. The Minister of Immigration was in town for several meetings over a couple days and was kind enough to give us some time for some South Grow members and some other participants in the rural renewal stream to kind of have a round table and ask the Minister some questions. The Minister was very thorough in his comments, took every question that he could, and was very gracious with his time. So it was great to have some very smart people that knew a heck of a lot more about the challenges around jobs and labor and immigration to really take the Minister to task. So that was very grateful for him to give us some time. On the 17th, we had a Lethbridge County SMRID meeting. Thank SM for supplying some staff, and as well as members of their board to that. I think it was a good opportunity to just have some really high-level discussions about what's happening in both of our entities moving forward, and to make sure that both of our administrations are working hand in hand to make sure that we're tackling the projects together, and that it works for both sides. So I thought that was really positive. And just this past week, in speaking with the new CEO at the LNID, I believe there is very much an appetite to do something similar on the other side of the river and have those discussions about future plans. So looking forward to that. On the 18th, farmland tax assessment presentation. The CAO and I traveled to the County of Warner to give them a presentation on our proposed motion for Foothills Little Bow. On the 19th, we had an EDL board meeting. EDL is in a bit of a, I wouldn't say, I'd say maybe an interesting place right now, just with what's happening at the city. The city had motioned to, I guess, look into EDL as well as tourism Lethbridge. There was some interest from a couple of councillors on the other side of the street as to make sure that city dollars are being spent in a prudent way, and to maybe do a review of those two entities, those arm's length entities. I just want to reiterate my support and for EDL and the work EDL does. I think even the fact that we're not while we do have a seat at the table and we're a participant in Team Lethbridge, the value of what we get from EDL I think is terrific. I think they do a lot of good work for the region, and I believe it's this group's intent to continue that and to look for regional solutions. So I appreciate everything being done at EDL. Deep appreciation for CEO Trevor Lewington and his team there. I'm hopeful that the city sees the value in their investment there and the massive return on investment that they get from EDL and Tourism Lethbridge. June 20th, we had a county council meeting. June 20th, participated in a podcast for cross-border interviews. 21st, Mayors and Reeves. That was our joint meeting with Mayors and Reeves of Southeast in Coldell. Mayor Van Ryan and his team were kind enough to host us at the Civic Center atrium. And on the 27th, my wife and I attended the MD of Tabor's 60th anniversary celebration in Enchant. I think I wrote that wrong. I believe theirs was 70, I think, 70? A very, very nice event. Very well attended at the Enchant Park, and they'd put together a small movie video on the history and how the MD had got to where it was, and thankful to Reeve, me, and Aga and everyone there for inviting us and being able to celebrate with them, and then for them reciprocating and coming last week to our 60th celebration. And that was my June.
Tori.
Yeah, go ahead, Lauren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a question on the farmland taxation thing. When does the resolution have to be submitted, and are you proposing any changes from the last one, or?
Yes,
What do you
I have an answer for both of those, which is rare. Yes, so part of our close discussion today will be that Cole does have a revised draft of that resolution that we're going to discuss, and I believe Cole said the 30th of August is the deadline to have it submitted. And yes, I guess I could have expanded upon that too. With the feedback that John and Cole received, John and Eric received on their tour, and then some of the feedback, and then with Cole speaking to the deputy ministers, there has been quite a bit of feedback on maybe drafting something that's a little more palatable, I guess, for the government, and something that can probably affect change maybe a little more quickly. But yeah, we will discuss that today. Go ahead, Klaus.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the cross-border interviews, what was the topic on that one?
I believe there was 3 main questions, Claus. It was kind of on the, so these, Chris, the host, interviews municipal politicians from across the country, and it's usually like 3 main questions, kind of your background, how did you get into municipal government, and then maybe one on the municipality as a whole, like what are your challenges as a municipality, and then the third one would be what are the opportunities and what do you see as the possibility for your municipality. So kind of just gave my background, how I came to be in municipal government, talked about our challenges around water, wastewater, and making sure we're able to make that service more robust and grow that. And then just I think just with the opportunity we have around here with our producers, with the number of animals on feed, with the crops being grown, the GDP being generated by our producers, and what that means for this region, and the opportunity to then capitalize on that with bringing more processing here and what that looks like. Anything else? Division 3, Councillor Mark Sayers. Mark.
Busy month of June. June 20th was Lethbridge County Council meeting, and June 20th again was in that evening was South Grow AGM out in Champion.
Thank you, Mark. Division 4, Deputy Reeve Kerbis. John.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had a fairly light month as well because I took a week and a half vacation in the middle of it, but other than my weekly meetings with Community Futures Executive Director, highlights are we had the Community Futures AGM on June 27th and some meetings with the auditors so we can finalize the finances for Community Futures. Other than that, it was pretty light. Oh, I should mention the meeting on June 12th with the City of Lethbridge, the IDP meeting, and I appreciate that we get together on a regular basis and discuss any concerns and make sure we keep those lines of communications open with across the street, because I think that it's highly important because neither one of us work in a bubble. We share a lot of commonalities that it's important that we discuss. So. And that would be it.
Thanks, John. Division 6, Councillor Vanderveen.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, we had the with County Council with the county with the SMRD meeting. I thought it was a great meeting that we had. It was good to get together, and just like the Reeve said, it's good to do kind of the same thing with the people north of the river, and they have some new people on there, so that would probably be good to have that one in a short while. And then the county council meeting and SEWA meeting, and one that wasn't on here. I did go to the link pathway too, and like, you know, that's going to be opening shortly in August, and I'm happy to see that our Reeve is going to be there and have a great speech there too.
No pressure, eh? Thank you, Claus. Claus, could you, we did have a question, I've had a couple questions around SEWA. Would you be able to, I know you spoke about it, I think at the last update, but maybe just clarify where things are at right now with SEWA?
Things aren't a whole lot further than they were, because we just had kind of an update on the interviews that were going on now, and at the end of the month we have another meeting, and so we have a couple of candidates that look like they're pretty serious, and we're trying to get through them in a way that is a lot different than the interviews that went on before, and we're not going to drag it out that long, and because everybody's getting really frustrated, and so we're going to see that we get through them, pick one or two, and then go on with that. So.
Thanks, Claus. Division 7, Councillor Morris Seenstra, who was unable to join us today. Link pathway meeting on the 5th, the 17th, county and SMRID meeting on the 20th, Lethbridge County Council meeting, and on the 20th, Morris attended the South Grow AGM as well. So that brings us to the end of our end of our county council and committee updates. So at this time, I believe we probably go into a closed session and start working through some of those items, as we have about a half an hour before our public hearings. So if that is agreeable, I would entertain a motion to enter a closed session. Lauren?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would move that we enter a closed session.
Thank you, Lauren. Lauren
At
has moved.
9:32.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
At 9:32.
Thank you, Lauren. Any discussion? I'll call a question. Those in Thank you, everyone. We'll call the meeting back to order at 10:03 a.m. this morning. And if we move in our agendas to item D, public hearings, we have 2 public hearings scheduled for this morning. Our first being Bylaw 23-021, and our second being Bylaw 24-010. So with that, we will recess the public portion of our meeting at this time. We are here today to hold a public hearing for Bylaw 23-021, the Countryside Area Structure Plan, and Bylaw 23-022, Land Use Bylaw Amendment, Urban Fringe to Group Country Residential and Direct Control. I would ask for a motion to open the public hearing. Excuse me, Claus? Claus has moved to open the public hearing for Bylaw 23-021 and Bylaw 23-022 at 10:05 a.m. this morning. Any further discussion? I'll call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Public hearing is being held pursuant to the Municipal Government Act as amended. The public hearing is being live streamed via the county's YouTube page, and the public hearing for Bylaw 23-021, 23-022 is now officially open. I will now ask the Manager, Planning and Development, to review the nature of the hearing and provide an overview of what is being proposed. Hillary?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Council, and thank you for those in the gallery in attendance today for the public hearings. This first public hearing today is for the Countryside Area Structure Plan and associated rezoning application. The Area Structure Plan will provide a framework for future subdivision and development of the 2 parcels in question, and in a manner that meets the county's current policies and requirements. And the rezoning application is from Urban Fringe to Group Country Residential and Direct Control, as mentioned by the Chair. So with regards to this particular application, I will note there are some documents that, when we're looking at area structure plans and rezonings, that are taken into consideration as per County Council's previously approved directions and policies. First, there is the County Municipal Development Plan that requires that where there is more than 4 adjacent titles that being proposed, that an area structure plan be presented to County Council for their consideration, and that the parcels be redesignated to the appropriate land use district. Secondly, we have the Group Country Residential Land Use Strategy, which encourages subdivisions in areas close to urban areas and where lands are fragmented and considered poor quality agricultural lands. And next we have the Lethbridge County Industrial Commercial Land Use Strategy, which identifies the subject lands for future mixed-use residential and/or light industrial uses. So those are the 3 strategic planning documents that this particular property would be considered under. With regards to the countryside area structure plan, as I mentioned, it presents a framework for future subdivision and development of the subject lands and allows for a direct control district and a group country residential district. The group country residential district would consist of 2 parcels that would front onto Highway 512. One would gain access from Highway 512. The other parcel would gain access from the internal county road, being Range Road 21-0A. The remainder of the parcel, as proposed in this particular plan, is to redesignate those parcels to a direct control. In discussions over the last, I would say, year and a half with the applicant and their consultants, it was determined the applicant saw that there was a need for some development in the county that had enhanced home occupations that would go a little bit above and beyond what is currently allowed in the county's land use bylaw. And so the decision was made that a direct control would be the best means to control the types of development occurring on that property while ensuring that the residential character along the fronts of the property was maintained. And this is all explained within or displayed within the area structure plan as presented. And the rezoning just follows that, and it's in the agenda package what the uses would be allowed within that direct control. So it's somewhat of a bit of a combination of the group country residential district with the allowance of some what I would consider light industrial uses that would not interfere with the enjoyment of the adjoining properties. So no negative off-site impacts would be created by those uses. With regards to the application, it has been circulated to all the county departments and external agencies for review, and all the comments, external comments, are included in the agenda package. Alberta Transportation and Economic Corridors did review this a couple of times. That's the prolonged nature of this particular application was due to some questions with regards to highway access and improvements to the highway. So Alberta Transportation has required that one access off of Highway 512 be removed, as I explained previously, and that there would be intersection improvements to Highway 512, consisting of a acceleration and deceleration lanes on the north side of Highway 512, kind of going in and going out, right in, right out of the particular subdivision. That was in discussions with Alberta Transportation and Economic Corridors, Lethbridge County, and the applicant. The SMRD did have some concerns over the placement of the road over the SMRD pipeline. This has been resolved by the applicant and their consultants. And if there's more questions on that, the applicant and the consultants are here to provide more details on that. The City of Lethbridge is a referral agency for this particular area. They did have three main concerns with regards to having multiple options for potable water. For this particular development, the county's municipal development plan allows for multiple options for regards to potable water. So in that regards, just because there's not one defined option doesn't mean that having multiple options is not, it meets the standards as per the county's municipal development plan. They had a concern with the boundary of the ASP. There was a discrepancy with regards to where the boundary was and a road, a fairly minor assessment, but that has been addressed in the updated version of the area structure plan. And then they had concerns that the bylaw, rezoning bylaw, contained both the group country residential and direct control bylaw. It's the county's prerogative to do it under one instead of two. So that's kind of addresses their concerns. None of the utilities had any concerns with regards to the application, as noted in my agenda report. Lethbridge County Administration has reviewed the proposed bylaws, as mentioned, those strategic documents as approved by County Council, and can provide the following comments to Council for your consideration. The proposed area structure plan and rezoning application are in compliance with the industrial land use strategy, which identifies the area for a future mixed-use residential and or light industrial development. With regards to the county's municipal development plan, being bylaw 22-001, sections 8 and 10 do apply. This proposal does meet the policies of the MDP as the lands are fragmented from the rest of the quarter. The proposed mixed-use development will allow for enhanced home-based businesses on the parcel. The lots would be serviced by on-site wastewater septic systems as noted in the area structure plan, and potable water would be through the means of either the water co-op or hauled water, as also described in the area structure plan. The applicant has submitted a traffic impact assessment memorandum, which was approved by Alberta Transportation and Economic Corridors, and as I mentioned, upgrades to the highway intersection are required as a result of this proposed development. I did send, the notice of the public hearing was advertised in the June 25th and July 2nd editions of the Sunny South News, and it was sent out to the adjacent and affected landowners, and it was also posted on the county's website and social media accounts. As noted in your agenda package, county administration did receive a comment from the adjacent landowner to the east. He expressed concerns with regards to the negative impacts to the adjoining properties, consisting of possible contamination, noise, and water and air pollution, loss of the rural character of the area, aesthetics of the development that would occur, the loss of agricultural lands, and any addition. And then I also received comments, but after I wrote the agenda report from the collectively from the landowners within the what we call the Pater subdivision, they had also brought some concerns with regards to the proposal. Not necessarily that it shouldn't be developed, but there was concerns with regards to the light industrial nature of the direct control, that it would have increased traffic and more heavy vehicle traffic. with regards to the road structure, if you note on the map that I have on here, there's a bit of a mix of road surfaces in this particular area. There is a gravel road going from Highway 512. Almost 3/4 of the development has gravel, and then there's a portion at the end which is paved. As council may recall, a number of years ago, the landowners did request a local improvement levy, but pulled out of that due to the cost to pave that road. So their concerns are that the road going into the subdivision should be paved because of this particular development, and so they've requested that that be done, at least for the north-south extent. I will note that there are mechanisms in place because there is obviously multiple benefiting landowners. An option could be to do a local improvement levy, which has been discussed before. So that would be paid by all the benefiting landowners, not just by the developer. But that is just a consideration that I think the developer, applicant, and consultants may dive into a little bit when they have their part of the presentation. The other concern was the highway intersection deficiencies on Highway 512. As noted in their letter that I have included in your agenda package, there is some concerns with safety of going in and out of this particular subdivision area. Alberta Transportation and the county and the developer have met on a couple occasions to discuss what improvements would be required, and as noted in the area structure plan in section 5.4, there would be an improvement, as I mentioned, on the north side of Highway 512 for acceleration and deceleration lanes. And also the requirements are more specifically noted in Appendix 4 of the area structure plan. So with that, I think that covers off the comments received, the county administration's assessment of the proposed area structure plan and rezoning, and all the external comments that have been received to date. So with that, I will, that concludes my report for County Council, and I will obviously be here for any discussion or questions as Council requires.
Thank you, Hillary. This is Council's opportunity to receive input from the public. Those making presentations are asked to state their name and review their points. We ask that you refrain from asking questions to Council. The intention of the public hearing is not to debate or defend the contents of the bylaw or the position which individual councillors may have on the bylaw. Questions asked of a councillor by a presenter may be ruled out of order. Presentations to Council will start with the applicant who has made a submission, followed by any other persons wishing to comment on the proposal. Please keep your comments to the point. After each speaker, members of Council will be permitted to ask questions of the presenter to clarify any details. No debating or questions from the floor will be allowed. With that, I would open up the floor and ask the applicant if they would like to speak at this time.
Good morning. My name is Ed Martin with Martin Geomatics, and I'm representing Blair on this particular development. Hopefully I'm not going to repeat too much of what Hillary said, but I'll go through my presentation anyways. The countryside area structure plan reflects 2 lots facing Highway 512, which will be used for country residential zoning. And the balance of the site will have 5 lots with direct control zoning. The westerly 75 meters, or 1/3 of each lot, is going to be designated for residential use, while the back 2/3 will be for light industrial use. So all of the lots that are facing on the Pater subdivision entrance road, it'll be only residential that'll be fronting on it. There have been some suggestions that the industrial portion of the proposal should be eliminated and it just should be residential. The way we've structured it, there's only 7 lots that are going. So we feel that the countryside development will provide a buffer between the residential uses in the Pater subdivision and the future light industrial developments to the east. To enhance the buffering that this subdivision will provide, the area structure plan and architectural controls will require extensive landscaping and trees to screen the residential and light industrial. Potable water, septic fields, electricity, and gas will be provided to each lot. To manage stormwater, each lot will be required to store the 1 in a 100-year storm event in ponds at the rear of the lot. And our goal is to provide potable water from the co-op for all lots. The developer currently has 4 units available for the site out of the 7 lots, and we're trying to get an additional 3 units, but we're unable to get those because it's required that the area structure plan be approved and the subdivision take place before we can get the extra water. Concerns have been raised about the paving of the existing gravel entrance road. Blair is willing to pay for his share of the paving, either as a council or as a county local improvement, or some other cost-sharing proposal that may come forward. We believe it would be very unfair for the county to require that Blair pave the entire road, as has been suggested by some of the neighbors. There are about 15 residential lots from the Pater subdivision using this road, while Blair's development will only contribute an additional 6 lots to the use of that road. Additionally, there were subdivisions in the Pater development that were approved in 2019 and 2020, so they were fairly recent approvals, and none of those were required to have any paving or pay for any paving. As was mentioned, Alberta Transportation's reviewed the TIA at that intersection and advised that they only require a southbound to westbound taper at that intersection. Blair has agreed to build this intersection and pay for it. And the other concern has been about the left turn into the development off of the jail road. We haven't talked with Alberta Transportation about this, but there may be some merit in looking at a no passing zone from perhaps from the irrigation canal eastwards right up to the Broxburn Road, because that's when a lot of the problems could develop, is if someone stopped to turn left into either this development or even into the Broxburn Road, someone goes to pass them and don't realize that that person is turning, and you could have a conflict. But a no passing zone in there may work, and we could talk to Alberta Transportation about that. That's basically our presentation. Blair, Frake, and myself would be willing to answer any questions, and I'd just like to thank the council for this opportunity to present this development to you. And I'd also like to express our appreciation to the county administration for all the guidance and assistance that they've given us in trying to prepare this area structure plan and zoning bylaw. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I would open it up to council. Oh, sorry. Just to note, we are having, as you could tell from the screens, we are having a bit of technical difficulty with our live stream. So the team is working away, but just for the moment, just so you're all aware, we don't actually have a live stream at this point. We do right now, so there you go.
It's flickering in and out. So.
Thank you, Candace. Sorry, I would then open it up for any questions, discussion of that presenter that council may have. Lauren, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Ed, when I look at your map here with the different lots on it, how do you vision the industrial or the light industrial side getting access to Highway 512? Is that going to be through Range Road, or will they have a separate entrance to get to the Highway 512?
It'll be through the Range Road.
So each lot will,
Have to go through their residential portion of that lot onto the Range Road.
okay, and then that road will have to be completed to the end of the development, right? That's not, it's not fully developed all the way, is it?
Which
That road, the Range Road?
Yeah, the Range Road is it's not paved, but it's gravelled all the way through.
Oh, I didn't think it went all the way to the very end.
Yeah, it does.
No, it doesn't. We're gonna be extending it.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Okay, and then on the other side of the road, I see 3 additional lots. Those are in the Pater subdivision, aren't they? Because I only see, on my map here, unfortunately, it's not up there, but I only see 4 lots. lots. Got 3 through 7, and on the other side of the road, you have 1 through 3. Can you help me, Hillary, or how does that work?
Sure, I'll pull up the map from the area structure plan. That'll help.
And to Councilor Hickey, I believe it's on page 28 of the agenda. I know it's a lengthy report, but of the report that Hillary provided.
26 actually gives a good one. That's
Yeah, I'm just gonna pull up the map, and then it'll provide some clarity on the lot structure. I think this one
Yeah.
might help the most.
Yeah, that's the one I'm looking at.
So there's 2 lots on the Highway 512 for country residential, and then there's the
Oh.
5 lots in the back for the direct control.
Okay, I'm not looking at that, I guess. I
Yeah,
don't have that.
28 one, Lauren, on page 28, it kind of has it a little better.
Okay. Okay, well, if it's there, that's fine.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Any other questions? I have a few. I guess the approach, like you had started off earlier, around the density, if it were to be group country residential, obviously it could be much more dense. But having this approach with the business light industrial, I guess first off, obviously, the developer wouldn't be doing this if they didn't see interest in this. Do you see this as being something that there is an appetite for in our region to have this?
Yes, that's right. My understanding, Blair has already had discussions with numerous people that would be interested in living here and having a larger accessory building or shop where they could maybe have 1 employee or 2 employees, and or just even for storage. There's a car collector that was interested in it also, and he would like a large building to store his cars. So that's the kind of uses that we envision for this site, not a big manufacturing plant or anything like that. It's really much the same as what's happening in some of the lots in the Pater subdivision, where they have the residential and the larger accessory building. And we're just providing a little ability, at least, to make better use of the accessory building.
Thank you. I guess I'll save my questions maybe for Hillary. They're more from administrative, so thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Mark, go ahead.
Sorry.
Sorry, thanks, Ed. Just a couple, you just briefly touched on what you're suggesting for light industrial. I think that seems to be a concern. That was the first thing that sort of popped at me when I saw this. What does light industrial mean to you? So your intent in the development was, obviously, you had some idea what this was going to look like. So what type of things, and also with that is, it says the maximum size is 12,000 square feet for an accessory building. Can you build more than 1 accessory building?
The total of all the accessory
Okay.
buildings is 12,000
Okay.
square feet. So they build 4 or 5 of them, they still can't go larger
More than
than the
12.
12,000 square feet, other than the residential portion. If they have a garage on their house, that doesn't count as part of the 12,000.
Okay. And so what other, you had interest?
The
so
uses,
besides
like I
the
said,
car-
are, car collections or hobbyists.
Yeah.
Blair's-
Mark, I can speak on that.
Yeah.
One of the,
Blair, do you wanna just come up
Sorry.
closer to the mic, please, just so.
okay.
I can hear you, he can't.
Yeah, so to answer your question, Mark, I do have an example, one customer who's very interested. He's a cabinet maker, so he's got a current location in the county, but he's prohibited on shop size. So he's wanting to sell that and move into this property or what we're talking about. So he's got 2 on-site employees, and the rest of the guys are out installing, but he needs this, he says up to 12,000 square foot, because by the time his machines are in there and he has to inventory or keep his wood inside, he says, I need that and I can't go any less. And he says, I hate like heck to have to go into the city and or, Coldell. So that's one example, and like Ed had mentioned, another example is actually a truck collector. He's really looking in the area, but he's limited to if he goes to group country residential, 4,000 square feet is not near big enough for his collection. So that's what I'm anticipating out there. It's really light, because if I'm going to sell the lots, I've got to keep the integrity there somebody, I'm envisioning this to be a really nice looking property. It's not gonna work very well to try to sell the lots if one guy's really into a high use, I guess, industrial use, or, you know, I'm wanting to keep it very light, not much more than the group country residential. We're just looking for bigger buildings to, you know, for I think what, there's a need.
Yeah, I drove out there yesterday, and I had been to the Baker subdivision, and my first response when I saw the homes there is, wow, this is.
Yeah.
So it would, yeah, as long as there's.
So, you know, so what, you know, after looking at the county's strategic plan, what I'm looking at to do is just try to make the most common sense buffer that you can possibly make. I'm trying to, you know, I guess, I think even before, you know, back a couple of years ago, Hillary, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that was even future in light industrial. So here I'm trying to make a buffer and trying to keep it as, the transition as easy as we can.
Go ahead, John.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, as I understand it, and maybe you could clarify for me, for these 5 lots, is there going to be a requirement that there is actually a residential house on the front?
Yes.
So you have to have your residential house, and you can put up to 12,000 square feet
Yes.
behind it, but you couldn't just buy it and put a 12,000 square foot
No,
warehouse on there?
no.
Okay.
So now, that's another question, I guess that's a good question. So some of the things we're gonna have to work out, because there's one fella that wants to, he's interested, but he'd like to apply for both his house and shop at the same time, get all permits in place. And he just, we're hoping that we might have to, we'll have to talk with Hillary in that regard too. Does the house have to be completed, or can it be started at the same time? But they will be obligated to have a home for sure.
Thank you. You speak about that boundary and trying to create a buffer. We also obviously received some communication from the landowner to the east. I guess maybe could you speak to would there be an attempt at mitigating any potential negative impacts to the eastern landowner as well?
We're proposing to have the stormwater stored at the rear of each lot, and the plan that's up there indicates about a 35-meter easement where the pond will be, and there'd be landscaping around it. So that will in itself will provide a buffer, so that the buildings are not too close to the east property line.
Well, not only that, we also, the lots that are facing onto the highway, they're group residential, and that was, we tried to place that so that it would have less impact on the neighbor to the east. Because if you take our property line, you know, of the group country to the north, it's past where his home is for sure. So, you know, it's there again, we took that into consideration, the property to the east.
Thank you. Are there any other questions at this time? Thank you. Oh, sorry, yeah, go ahead, Mark.
Just a clarification, on the map, there's that little bump out at the top. It's not a lot. Is that just a buffer area, or what is that?
No, that little bump at the top is going to be the extension of the range road.
Okay.
So that those final 3 lots can get access.
Okay.
So that'll be providing access just for those 3, and then they can get onto the range road. That road will be a county road, though.
So it'll be a little cul-de-sac in the. Like,
At the end of it,
that's
yeah.
what okay, that makes sense.
And Blair will be building that road and paving it also. That portion of
Okay.
it.
Anything else? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I would now open up the floor for anyone else wishing to speak to the proposed bylaws. Please, if you'd like to speak, come up to the microphone, introduce yourself, and the floor is yours.
Hi there, my name's Travis Tice. I own lot 70, or 71 in the subdivision. My only concern with the light industrial is the amount of employees that would add to the area for the traffic. As it sits right now, there's 38 drivers in the current Pater subdivision. If you had all the lots sold, there's still some lots that are in that subdivision that aren't sold, but in the full potential, there's 38 drivers, not including the kids. These are just adults. The issue I have was with the main entrance coming in is in 2018, my daughter was almost killed at that intersection trying to get into the subdivision, which Hillary didn't note in her. We had put that in our group, that there was an incident there where someone was almost killed. And that was an eye-opener because there's a lot of times where everybody in that subdivision have come across where we've pulled up and we've had to slow right down and start signaling at the canal, and there's cars behind us and behind them that are thinking they're able to overtake us, and that's exactly what happened in my daughter's scenario. And she was hit on the driver's side door in both vehicles, and keep in mind this when the canal was in place, sent them both into the canal onto that particular property. And had my daughter's vehicle been upside down versus right side up, her vehicle was literally in the canal, and if it was upside down, she would have been killed. That's our biggest concern for that portion of it. It's very dangerous, and it happens all the time. We get lots of people fingering us because we're turning and we're slowing down, and it's not just me, it's everybody in our subdivision that's been affected by that. A deceleration lane would definitely help. An acceleration lane would definitely help. Whenever you come on to that 512 from our subdivision, we have to use the oncoming lane if we have trailers on, whether it be RV trailers, equipment trailers. We're always on the incoming lane from that direction. When we're heading east, it's not an issue because the trailers have enough room in the lane coming. But as we're trying to get into Lethbridge, it's very difficult to not use that lane or put your trailers in the ditch. The roadway is definitely not wide enough. If it was a haul road, it probably wouldn't be an issue. I know the haul roads are definitely wider. So our question is how wide can we make that road coming into that subdivision, right? So it is accessible, because if you're having delivery trucks bringing in, as an example for his cabinet company, they're bringing in 54-foot container trucks or delivery trucks of a tandem or triple axle truck. And there's not enough room to make that corner, let alone get on it. So that's a big concern. Go ahead.
Sorry.
Sorry, just to clarify in my mind, are you talking about the range road being wider or
Yeah.
the highway being wider?
Well, both,
Okay.
the range road and the highway.
Okay.
If he's doing the acceleration lane and the deceleration lane, it's the same, right? It's gonna make it wider.
That's on the highway, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm saying the road, the gravel road as it sits now is not wide enough, according to the county. When we tried to have it repaved in 2018, we applied to get it done. And then some of the neighbors didn't wanna do it after the fact. But the road wasn't wide enough and it wasn't strong enough apparently. But at this point, the question is, or the concern that the residents have is the amount of employees and how much more traffic. Because like I say, if we have 38 drivers now, and you have 6 more lots plus the 2 group residential on the end, and then that one lot that they're saying they're gonna take the roadway out of and only have one access point off to 512 for that east acreage on the group residential, where is the road gonna be to access the gravel road existing, and how close to the intersection is that access gonna be for encroaching onto that gravel road, is what my concern would be. Because you can, or better word is, what's the setback gonna be required by the county to where that gravel road comes in, or their access road for that second lot of the group residential? I don't know what the lot size is or what it is. You guys know which one I'm talking about?
You're talking about the one just to the top?
For lot
right.
1.
Yeah, is that what it says, lot 1?
Yeah.
Yeah, so where's the access road for that? It looks like if the arrow's the access road, what's the meters back off the 512 from that? Because the other ones, if the arrows are the arrows in, those ones are okay, but that one definitely would be an issue, how close it would be to the main coming in. Because if you have vehicles trying to come in and a guy's coming out of that lot with a truck and trailer, you're gonna block that whole intersection, as we are right now. right? When we drive out of that subdivision, we're in the left-hand side of the road to make that right-hand corner to come onto the 512, and we're blocking it. Just from past experiences. And then you're right, you could go up to 20 lots if you wanted to change the subject, but if you wanted to go away from the 6 lots or 7 lots and do 20, you could, but the water's not there. And you'd have a lot more issues with access roads getting into that subdivision. And you'd have to build some infrastructure, obviously, on that 40 acres to do so, to accommodate 20 lots versus what he's asking for. And it's not that we're opposed to that, it's just we'd rather see it in a group residential setting with an amendment of allowing amendment to have larger shops versus being in light industrial, is what we said as a group, if we kept it all grouped residential. But we're unaware that the county has future plans to have that as light industrial. And same with, I believe, Christensen's lot, if that's agriculture, light industrial, but I'm sure he's got something to say about that. And then the speed limit, I imagine the county's not responsible, that's highway traffic staff for speed limits. The highway on the opposite side of the number 3, which is on the far north side of, and I'm not sure what the highway number is, that highway is 80 kilometers from Lethbridge all the way to Coaldale. Our other thing is if we lowered the speed limit, and I know the county might not be able to do that, but it might be part of the conversation of could we lower the speed limit to 80, and on top of that, if the far north lane is on the number 3, why can't the 512 be that? Because it's definitely gotten busier since Cottonwoods opened up, and a lot of the Coaldale folks come down that road. And then the other part would be the time to construction. As acreage owners, I was always told by Peter Van Leer when we bought, in the city you spend hundreds, in the acreages you spend thousands. And what I found, he wasn't wrong. And we've spent not thousands, we've spent millions on our property. And at the end of the day, it took 10 years to do it. So I can appreciate someone coming on a property like this and they build a 12,000 square shop for $2 million, and then they have to build $1 million house on top of that. Plus they got to buy the land for another 800 grand. The question is how long cost of construction from start to finish are we going to allow? Because typically you have 12 months, right, on a building permit. So are the building permits extended? And is the house going to be built 100% occupancy before the shop is? That's my question. And oh, yeah, the road. So on that road for the pavement coming in, the residents asked that he be responsible for paving from the 512 to his subdivision and not past Lutz's curve or the speed curve to where it's existing asphalt at now. And somebody was in there in the subdivision and seen it. So yeah, so John Pater was required for his subdivision approval for his portion that he did in the back end of that to pave that section. John Pater did not come to any of the residents and ask him for money for that chunk of pavement. So the residents think that if you're going to come into the subdivision and ask for this, you're responsible as the developer to pave that road, and we'll pave from that corner where your property where it stops in, which the residents have no issue flipping the bill for that portion.
Any questions? Thank you very much.
Cool.
Is there anyone else wishing to speak to the proposed bylaws at this time? I think the gentleman behind you.
Oh, sorry.
Was, yeah.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Peter Van Leer. I'm in lot number 61. I think Travis has covered most of everything, but just speaking to the buffer zone. Is it Blair that's going to take care of that as part of the subdivision? Or is that up to the purchaser of each individual property? And then the other question would be, is it going to be, what is it going to consist of? What kind of trees or shrubs, or what kind of landscaping? Is it going to be consistent from across all the lots, or is there going to be variances? Because in my mind, it should be pretty well equal all the way across so that it looks good. That's what I would think would be the best. Is that part of the architectural control as to how that should take place?
If you're looking at us for answers, we don't have those answers to provide,
Okay.
obviously, yeah.
Yeah, but I was just
I think
looking.
it's a valid question, though, yes.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Oh, sorry, did anyone have any questions? Thank you.
Hello, my name is John Lemisco. I own the property that is owned Black Gold Ranch, adjoining the Range Road. Can we get a picture of, shows the, give you a better idea what's going on of the,
Put up the air photo.
the first one, yeah.
Yeah, no problem.
There you go. Okay, so you see the silver, the riding arena there? Okay, so basically every spring, and then you see there's a pond there, the dark green to the northeast there a little bit.
John, could you move the cursor where you're talking?
Oh, sorry, I'm sorry. Okay, here, sorry, okay. There's the arena. Okay, and there's the pond. This whole area here is low. All the water in the spring, or if we get 3 days of rain, conjugates right here, right up to against this road here. And I'm sure the acreage people there have all seen the huge area of water there. Okay, so when it gets to a certain height, I've built a dike on this side. I've actually built a dike all the way around this pond. So when the water gets up to a certain height, it goes right beside the road, and there's a culvert that goes across this road, and then there's a kind of a huge drainage ditch in between here. Okay, so Mr. Frake had indicated to me when he spoke to me that somebody would be filling that burrow ditch in. So my question is where will all the runoff water in the spring? It's going to conjugate basically here, and it'll be sitting on the road there. If that culvert is no longer in existence, and this is all filled in for acreages, what will I do with my runoff water? I understand there's a way around this. If Mr. Frake wanted to build some type of a 6-foot culvert there, with a submersible pump, that if it does rain, we could put out flat out hoses, and we could pump would start and go this way with it, but then it would fill up Pater's area. So we're just transferring the water from one place to another. Okay. So that's my concern. And then if this is filled in and we get a whole bunch of water here and we don't do this, then the water is going to basically spill into this pond, because this is where the turnout is here that the SMRD put for me to get water for the pond, and that's low. If you drive by there, you can see exactly what I'm talking about there. So I have some concerns about this being, I don't know, does this burrow ditch, is this you guys' yours, or is it SMRD's, or who, was that between you all, or how does that work? When I tried to get it cut for weeds, nobody would take responsibility for it.
Yeah, again, the valid question, would have to get some information on for sure.
Right, so yeah, that's what I'm saying, is this, if this is filled in, I got a slew of problems here. Okay?
Literally.
Yeah. And that's, yeah.
So with not knowing who's going to be doing that, how do you get the information that that's going to be filled in?
Mr. Frake told me that.
I can speak on that. Is
Oh.
that okay?
Are you done, sir?
Well, for now, if you want, unless he wants to speak
Go
to
ahead,
it.
come on.
Sure, please.
Yeah, just in reference to this ditch you were talking about, it's a dead-end ditch. There's no release on it. That was, SMRID was using that ditch for quite some time to deliver water to some of the residents in the Pater subdivision as well as mine. But here a year ago or 2 years ago, they put in underground piping. So I got a call from the SMRD earlier this spring, and they're considering repairing their works. So it is in the county road allowance, but it was specifically used for the SMRD's conveyance. Because the ditch, it ends. There's nowhere for the water to go other than sit in that ditch. And if that ditch was filled in, you know, I'm not sure what the situation would be. But right now, currently, it's nowhere to go. So I don't know if Devin has more information on that or not.
Consultant on the details of that.
Yeah. But anyway, that's what, like I said, and then SMRD, they haven't done anything yet, and they said at minimum they'll take out their structures. They've got still concrete structures in there, but I don't think it's certain that they're going to take it out. He was early in the spring it was, but now I'm not sure what their position is.
Thank you.
Can I add to? So we've always had, with that, there's enough room in that ditch for any spring runoff. If it rains for 3 or 4 days, it always can stay there, right? So that's what I said. So if you basically was to fill that in, then none of that water can go into that ditch. And then you've got this amount of water that's just hanging on the road because there's no culvert now for it to go into the drain ditch. So there's enough room. You know, I've never had a problem where it rained more than, you know, sometimes the ditch was half or 3/4 full, okay, type of thing. So, so it's been fine for the 20-some years I've been there. But when you take the culvert out, this water is going to be sitting on the road, eh? Then, you know, then that's a problem, eh? It's either going to go in my pond, or it's going to go on the road, or both. So that's something that will have to be addressed for this whole deal, eh?
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to speak to the proposed bylaws at this time? I'll ask again. Is there anyone else wishing to speak to the proposed bylaws?
If I may just add a friendly suggestion here regarding John's water situation. You're gonna run a culvert to the main ditch along the highway as drainage, because that's already culvert. And that would probably be a way to alleviate that pressure.
Thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to speak to the proposed bylaw? And I'll ask for a final time. Is there anyone wishing to speak to the proposed bylaw? If not, I will ask for a motion to close the public hearing. Lauren?
I would make a motion to close the public hearing for area structure plan, or for 23-021.
Thank you, Lauren. Lauren is moved to close the public hearing for bylaw 23-021 and bylaw 23-022 at 10:54 this morning. Any further discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Those opposed? That's carried. The public hearing is now closed, and we will resume our public meeting at 10:55 this morning. I would now open it up to council for any questions, or I would open it up to Hillary for any comments that you might have to add at this time.
I might just have a couple of comments, council, just as kind of, it's already in the area structure plan, but just to reiterate a couple of things. There is a stormwater management plan that's been supplied for the area structure plan as per the county's requirement, and it has been approved by our Director of Development and Infrastructure. With regards to drainage, all the drainage would flow to the east, so no culverts are being proposed to be removed. All the drainage would have to be accommodated pre as post as per our agreement under, is this in the Malloy? In the Malloy drain agreement, we have to ensure that the water is being taken care of, so we have done our due diligence on that part, as has the applicant. So just wanted to make that comment just for clarity. No culverts are planning on being removed, and the drainage will occur in the same fashion as it has historically. With regards to the highway access, I guess I can just reiterate that Alberta Transportation is in charge of any improvements to Highway 512. The county doesn't have any. Obviously, we have the ability to advocate and discuss any issues with them, but they, at the end of the day, are the ones who have the requirements. We can't set requirements on a highway beyond what they have. So that would be just a general comment, but we definitely do work with the local office quite closely on these applications, and if there are issues, we are able to work with them to ensure that we have some solutions, and hopefully that they would be received by them. Other than that, I do believe, with regards to the planning documents, as I mentioned there, we do have our strategic documents and our municipal development plan. This development does reflect what is in, I would say, all of those documents fulsomely, in terms of the industrial commercial land use strategy, the group country residential strategy, and the municipal development plan. So with that, I will turn it back to you, Mr. Chairman, for any discussion.
Thank you, Hillary. I'd open it up to council for any questions you might have. Start with John. John, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hillary, there was some talk about the width of the range road. Is that something, and that would be within our purview to look at? Is that something that would be addressed at the time of the subdivision versus the area structure plan, if there was any necessary widening required?
I'm not sure that there is necessarily an existing issue with the width. It would be if it was paved. I think that there was an issue, but maybe Devin could elaborate on that.
Yeah, in order to pave that road, it'd have to be widened, because as you add layers to the surface, it narrows up. So in order to pave that road to our standard, it would have to be widened. I believe right now it is, I'd have to double check, but I think it's a 7-meter wide surface currently, but I would have to double check that. But yes, in order to pave it, it would have to be widened.
Go ahead, John.
Sorry, my question was more around, like, if there is any need for widening it, whether it's paving or for traffic concerns, is that something that's addressed at the time of when the subdivision gets approved versus when the area structure plan is approved?
Typically, we would talk about, so we have the area structure plan does speak to the road. It doesn't speak to that paving of that, obviously that gravel portion. It is something that if it was a substandard road, say that the gravel portion needed to be widened at the time of subdivision, that would be something that we would look at to ensure that it is the appropriate, meets our standards in terms of the gravel standard width. And then if council would say approve this application and say, well, the paving would have to occur as in a local improvement levy, then we would obviously address the width of the road with that local improvement levy, not at the subdivision phase.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So that was part of my question, so that one's answered. So would Alberta Transportation be, and that's probably a difficult one for you to answer, like on the 512, would they make some structural changes there if necessary, if that would be one of the issues here?
They probably, sorry, Councillor Van Der Veen through the chair, they would probably be looking at the traffic on the road if they were going to do any improvements outside of the development. They have said, I don't think they've indicated that they would be doing any improvements along Highway 512 when we discussed this area with them. They don't have an indication that there's, I know there's local knowledge about this road, but from their information, they haven't indicated that they would do any improvements based off of, say, traffic coming from Coaldale or from Lethbridge. But as traffic does increase, those things are looked at by them, and they do make improvements as required. I just driving up to Calgary and saw they were doing a lot of that along Highway 2 to address, I think, some similar concerns, but obviously looking at volumes. So they would address them as volumes dictate, I would say.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So two things. When you talked about the SMRD delivery ditch and it potential to have it filled in, would that water then naturally flow to the south to get into the east-west ditch there? Or how does that work?
I believe naturally it goes to the northeast. There would probably have to be some modifications to the ditch to get it to flow south. But I believe currently the natural flow is, once it exits that ditch, is to generally flow to the east-northeast in that direction.
And my other question was on the paving of the road. If the extension is going to be paved, you're going to have two different widths of road then. You're going to have a paved width and a gravel width. Is that correct?
That is correct.
That would be correct.
So that doesn't seem to really compute to much science there, but okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One point of clarification I wanted to make on the width. I wanted to delineate the concern that was expressed around the road not being wide enough for the traffic and the concern around the road not being wide enough to meet paved standards. Mr. Pater put forward a request approximately a year ago where Devin and I sat there, and what they wanted to do was to pave on top of the gravel road, and therefore that is where it created width issues in order to meet basically build it up enough to get to meet our standards and to get the base layers in there with the compaction and all of the engineered requirements. And they were trying to mitigate that, and we said, no, if the road is going to be paved, it needs to meet our paved road standard. So while the widths may be different, they don't have to be as drastically different as may have been expressed in that. That was a request that would have put the roadway out to 11 meters to build up to meet that 7 or 8 meter roadway width there. Now, whatever standard we want to set for that is different. I just wanted to separate those two specific issues, or if there was some confusion around concerns with the width versus a desire to have a wider roadway for traffic.
Any other questions? Hillary, I've got one for you, sorry.
Okay.
Local improvement tax was discussed several different times. Can you maybe just highlight or speak to, I guess, how that would come about, and then around, I believe there is something in wording around like benefiting landowners or how that, so I'm just a little confused with this, confused I guess, because there was a question asked that, there was an expectation that the developer of this proposed development would have to pay for that portion that's unpaved right now to be paved. I struggle with that because every resident that currently lives there would benefit from that in my perspective, so I believe that's an unrealistic ask, but I also struggle with the idea of having this gravel portion, the paver portion, and a new paved portion to service the north end. Is there something that available to us to address taking care of that entire section where the majority of those that benefit would be participating in this, or what are is there an option? Is there a lever available, I guess, at this point in time?
That might be a really good Devin question.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the local improvement tax would be the mechanism to achieve that. There's two ways to go about it. Council can initiate that by request of administration, or the residents can initiate that on their own accord. You mentioned benefiting areas. We would, once we receive a petition package from the residents, if they choose to do so, we would determine benefiting areas, who benefits from the project, and determine costs for each ratepayer based on those benefiting areas. After that's completed, we bring that to council, as I have done in the past, for council's consideration, bring the full project costs, what it would cost each ratepayer, and the proportional costs that the county would incur and what the residents would incur, and then council at that time would give direction or make a decision whether or not to proceed with that local improvement tax. So that's usually our mechanism to deal with situations like this.
Could you speak to Devin, I believe the first
So council at any time can request administration to prepare a package for that. A lot of times it comes through the budget process during our budget deliberations. Council may suggest, perhaps we should have a local improvement in this area. We get that information, bring it back to council, similar to if it was a resident-initiated local improvement tax for your consideration. Bring all the full costs forward, all the benefiting areas, what that costs each ratepayer, and we would present it to council for consideration.
In this instance, how do you chicken and egg this? How does it work as far as like if this were to proceed, if council were to give second, third reading to the two bylaws that are in front of us today, but then also initiate that process, is there a way to ensure that these are moving forward in step? Or again, I don't want to get ahead of ourselves in any way.
They are two different processes, I would say. They're two separate items. There's this before us, and then the local improvement would be a separate item. They could potentially run in tandem with each other should the residents submit a petition package to the county, but they are exclusive of one another. But they could run in tandem.
Okay, thank you, Devin.
Sorry, Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
to add to that, I would say that something like that could run more in line with a subdivision application, because the subdivision was whereby council can, where you're making that final decision on the subdivision plan, and we're looking at the infrastructure and planning side of things. So I'd say like that might align. This sets the framework and the zoning, and then the subdivision is like kind of the more boots on the ground type, what's going to actually happen. So I think the LIT might dovetail a little bit better with the subdivision process in terms of timing, maybe rather than this. If you like the concept, and then we can work on the details come at that subdivision phase of planning. So
Thank you for Hillary. Thank you, Hillary, for highlighting that. I
Yep.
appreciate that. Thank you. I guess maybe to that point, there was a question around the time of construction, and I think maybe I'd try and tie that as well with the question around the buffer / architectural controls, how that would be handled as far as that kind of corridor along the road. Could that again be tied to subdivision then, or how would, as far as the time of construction and then just what that actually physically looks like?
So with regards to the actual development, so once the subdivision is approved and somebody would say apply for a development permit, which would mean construction is imminent, at the subdivision stage, the architectural controls would be set. So these are typically when we're going through the subdivision, we'll say this is the lots, this is what we're going to do, and we can also say these are the architectural controls that are going to be registered on title. So obviously that happens on the administrative side. That doesn't really come into council's arena a lot, but that's when the architectural controls would be set. Typically on a one like this, with a developer such as Mr. Frake, they will have a requirement that it's signed off by the developer prior to any development permit being issued. So they would sign off on the architectural controls. They would have their own securities and things like that to ensure like the landscaping, the buildings meet their standards, all of those things are set. So that's, we've seen that often in other country residential developments, say Edgemoor, Edgewood Stables. They had those same architectural controls in place where the developer signs off before it even comes to the administration for final approval. And so the timing of construction is, we actually have a 2-year window for construction now. Just that's something that's been put into place in the land use bylaw to allow for construction. And usually, typically, we allow for an extra year for landscaping, just in terms of like, just to allow some time to put in that landscaping. So that would be, in terms of the time frame, up to 2 years for like the build, and then an additional year to put in all your landscaping. So that's, and the architectural controls can also address that more specifically too, as per the developer's vision of the particular area.
Thank you. And if I may, one more, Hillary. I know that from the comments that we received, the light industrial uses, business light industrial, that is obviously of great concern for some of the adjacent property owners. I guess with the direct control, and again acknowledging, I think what you said to me earlier around there's several things happening here. There's an ASP, land use bylaw amendment, and then subdivision. With the direct control, I guess, does that help mitigate some of those potential concerns around the light business? And is there around the light industrial uses? Is that essentially a bit of a hammer to make sure that this doesn't turn into something where it is, that heavy industrial? I do think the language is important, but I also think it muddies the water.
So with regards to the direct control, so anything that's listed as a permitted use in this particular application would come straight to administration and would be granted. If it's a discretionary use, typically that comes back to county council for consideration. So that's how many of our direct controls are drafted in terms of who the authority is on that. So it would provide for an additional oversight to, say, a discretionary use. Sorry, I'm just going to scroll through to that page just to show you where it is at. In this case, and council, maybe you want to change it to allow for that better oversight. In this case, the developer did ask that all permits go to the development authority, being administration, discretionary and permitted. So what council could do, if there's some concern with regards to discretionary uses and you want to have that additional oversight, that authority could go back to council, which is something that we have typically done in the past, where, say, if there's like that warehousing component comes into play, somebody wants to do a warehouse on the property that's 12,000 square feet, it would then come back to you as the deciding authority, whereas you would have more oversight in terms of, is this a right fit? That would be council's discretion. So that would be a suggestion if there is some concern with regards to making sure that there is an additional overview of those discretionary uses. That's a good recommendation I could make.
Thank you, Hillary. John?
Yeah, sorry, just one clarifying question on that, and I think I understand this, but I just want to make sure that I do. The two lots that are bordering Highway 512 would be strictly group country residential, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Right, so there's no avenue or way that somebody could put a 12,000 square foot warehouse on either one of those lots?
Yes, Councillor Kurbis, that is correct.
Okay.
Lauren, sorry.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So just to question Hillary on direct control, I thought the definition of direct control was that it came back to council for their approval.
It depends on how it's drafted, Councillor Hickey through the chair. It can be drafted however you want it to be drafted. It could, so typically it's permitted uses go to administration, discretionary uses come to council. Some of them do where all uses come back to council. So you would be looking at houses, you'd be looking at shops, you'd be looking at garages. So that's typically why you would separate the discretionary and the permitted. Like I said, in this case, the applicant had requested that both the permitted and discretionary uses be under the purview of administration. So that's what they've submitted. So that's what I provided to you. But I would, that's why I would say that if there's some concern with regards to that, that's where we can make a very a manageable change to allow for the discretionary uses to be under your purview and not administration's view.
Thank you. Does that answer your question, Lauren? Thank you. Good question, John.
Just on that same regard, what is the avenue of making those changes then? That would be in the land use bylaw amendment that we're contemplating today, correct?
Yes, so with regards to that, Councillor Kurbis, you would make a amendment to Bylaw 23-022, amending the direct control bylaw so that county council would be the development authority for discretionary uses.
Good job. Any other questions at this time? Seeing none, there are some recommendations. We've obviously taken in a lot of information in a very short period of time. I would open it up to council for any discussion, comments, or how you would like to proceed. Go, John.
I personally would be pretty comfortable moving forward with the second and third reading of the area structure plan but ask administration to make some amendments to the land use bylaw.
Okay. Any other comments or questions? Go ahead, John.
Then seeing none, I would like to move that bylaw 23-012, countryside area structure plan, be read a second time.
John has moved that bylaw 23-021, countryside area structure plan, be read for a second time. Is there any further discussion? I'll call the question. Those in favor? Those opposed? That's carried. Third reading, if you would like. John?
Thank you. I'd like to move that bylaw 23-021, countryside area structure plan, be read a third time.
Thank you, John. John has moved that bylaw 23-021, countryside area structure plan, be read for a third time. Further discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Those opposed? That's carried. And on bylaw 23-022.
I would like to recommend that we send this back to administration to make amendments to the land use bylaw to give county council the ultimate authority on the direct control. And that we table this, well, not table it, but bring it forward at another, at either our next meeting or at an appropriate meeting in the near future.
Yeah, we could bring it back to the next meeting if council wanted. Just for clarification, was it, do you want discretion on, do you want permitted and discretionary, or just discretionary?
My personal would be just discretion.
Okay.
Okay, so then, John, I just,
It would be tabled with the recommendation that administration bring it back.
is that what you
That's what
consider?
I'm asking, yeah.
Okay,
Yep.
In my very awkward way.
so John has then tabled second reading of bylaw 23-022 to be brought back with amendments to a future council meeting. Does that capture that, John?
Better, thank you.
Okay. Any further discussion? I'll call the question. Those in favor? Those opposed? That's carried as well.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hillary.
Thank you, council.
Thank you, everyone. Moving our agendas now. We have a second public hearing today. Bylaw 24-010 to redesignate a portion of South C 3920 west of the 3.3 acre area from Urban Fringe to direct control. Again, a public hearing again today. So with that, I will recess our public meeting at 11:19 a.m. this morning. We are here today to hold a public hearing for bylaw 24-010 to redesignate a portion of southeast 3920 west of the 3.3 acre area from urban fringe to direct control. I would ask for a motion to open the public hearing. Mark has moved to open the public hearing. Sorry, Mark, I'm speaking for you, but.
I move to open the public hearing. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mark. Mark has moved to open the public hearing. Any discussion? I'll call a question. Those in favor? Those opposed? That's carried. The public hearing is being held pursuant to the Municipal Government Act as amended. The public hearing is being live streamed via the county's YouTube page. The public hearing for bylaw 24-010 is now officially open. I will ask the Manager, Planning and Development to review the nature of the hearing and provide an overview of what is being proposed. Hillary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So for this bylaw being bylaw 24-010, it is an application to amend the land use bylaw from urban fringe to direct control. This application has been made by the landowner to accommodate an expansion of their existing consulting firm, which currently operates on the property as a home-based business. The application has, it is just off of Highway 512 and west of Highway 845, south of the town of Coaldale. The application was made to redesignate a 3.3 acre area in the southeast 3920 west of the 4th from urban fringe to direct control. As I mentioned, this intent is to allow for an existing consulting firm to expand from a home-based or a home occupation to a full-scale business. This application was circulated to all of the county's departments and external agencies for review. We received no concerns from any of the from the circulation, so none from Alberta Transportation, the town of Coaldale, and the utility companies also had no concerns. I would assume predominantly because this is an existing business on the property, and it is limited to some professional services. With regards to our county, the administration review of this particular proposal, it does meet the Industrial Commercial Land Use Strategy Policy 5.3.1 and the Municipal Development Plan Policy 10.21 which provides criteria to approve an isolated industrial commercial use which is in proximity to a highway and compatible with adjacent land uses and has access to utilities and services. The proposed rezoning is in compliance with all of these siting criteria. The nature of the business and the limited uses as described in the direct control ensure that there will be no negative impacts to the adjacent properties. I did advertise this in the Sunny South News and sent out notices to the adjacent landowners. It was also advertised on the county's website. I did receive a call just from the adjacent landowner just asking some questions about kind of what was proposed. He didn't express any concerns with the proposal as presented. So with that, that pretty much describes the application. The direct control, I will bring up on the screen here. It's much more basic than the previous direct control that you just looked at. It has 4 uses that they're proposing, which is limited to accessory buildings to the proposed uses, freestanding signage, an office administration building, and professional services, which would be the consulting services. So a fairly minimal uses in there, not anything that's industrial in nature. They have required, in this one they did request that there be a reduction in the setback from 230 feet to the 129 where the existing building is sited. Which was accommodated in this particular direct control in case you're looking through there and see that, that's a little offside of the typical land use bylaw requirements. In this direct control, I will note that the approval process, sorry, that is very tiny, would be through administration solely, given that there is 4 uses prescribed. Once again, County Council could, if they felt like they wanted to have control over any of those uses, could direct administration to amend the bylaw to act accordingly. But in this instance, given that it's a consulting firm and professional offices, and there's not going to be any impact to adjacent landowners, and the landowner itself has 3 residences on the property, I feel like this direct control is appropriate for the context of which it is being applied to. So with that, I will turn it back to you, Mr. Chairman, for your discussion.
Thank you, Hillary. This is council's opportunity to receive input from the public. Those making presentations are asked to state their name and review their points. We ask you refrain from asking questions of council. The intention of the public hearing is not to debate or defend the contents of the bylaw or the position which individual councillors may have on the bylaw. Questions asked of a councillor by a presenter may be ruled out of order. Presentations to council will start with the applicant who has made a submission, followed by any other persons wishing to comment on the proposal. Please keep your comments to the point. After each speaker, members of council will be permitted to ask questions to the presenter to clarify any details. No debating or questions from the floor will be allowed. At this point, I would open the floor to the applicant who submitted the request if they choose to speak.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of council. My name is Douglas Bergen. I have resided on this property since 1994, so for 30 years. And you might ask the question, why on earth is there an architectural consulting firm in the county? Well, I was born and raised in Coaldale, and so when you go from kindergarten to grade 12 with the same people, you get to know them very well. And they come from all different backgrounds, but I gotta tell you that farm kids were always the best kids. They were the most focused, they were disciplined, so I wanted to raise my kids as a farmer, but I wasn't gonna start to farm. So our family has a long history. If you know my father, Henry Bergen, he's passed away, but Gen Manufacturing, designing wear points. He gained the recognition of the Order of Canada for his contribution to agriculture. So we're close to agriculture. We've lived on this property for 30 years. There's zero impact, to the neighborhood with the few employees that we do have. However, my son is graduating with his degree from architecture, and we do want to expand our consulting firm. So there'll be no heavy trucks, no storage outside. We believe our building is very pretty to look at, and we'd like to add to it so that we could add some staff and keep going with our legacy. We do consider it a privilege to live in the county. We've never been disruptive to our neighbors. We've had cattle on our yard. We've had water come through. We respect, we have great respect for the agricultural community, and so we want to continue to run our operation there and be respectful of our neighbors and live together without conflict. So respectfully, I would ask that you allow us to continue our little legacy on the jail road.
Thank you, Mr. Bergen. Any questions from council? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I would open the floor if there's anyone wishing to speak to the proposed bylaw. I will ask again, is there anyone wishing to speak to the proposed bylaw? And a third time, is there anyone wishing to speak to the proposed bylaw? Floor is all yours, George. Seeing none, I would ask for a motion to close the public hearing. Go ahead, John.
I'd like to move that we close the public hearing at 11:27 a.m.
Thank you, John. John has moved to close the public hearing for bylaw 24-010 at 11:27 a.m. Any further discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Those opposed? That is carried. We can resume our public meeting, 11:27 a.m. Any questions from council? Any additional comments, Hillary?
No, I think I said everything I need to say on this particular application, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Hillary. How would you like to proceed? Mark?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move that bylaw 24-010 be read a second time.
Thank you, Mark. Mark has moved second reading of bylaw 24-010. Any further discussion? I'll call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Clause.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to move the bylaw 24-010 to be read a third time.
Thank you, Clause. Clause has moved the bylaw 24-010 be read for a third time. Any discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you very much, Hillary. Thank you, staff.
Thank you.
Council. Thank you, Mr. Bergen. We have a couple minutes here before we start our delegation, so why Thank you, everyone. We'll call back our meeting at 11:35 today. If we move in our agendas to item E, delegations, we have 11:30 a.m. delegation with the Southern Regional Stormwater Drainage Committee, and under FOIP Section 21, disclosure harmful to intergovernmental relations, we will proceed into a closed session. Could I have a motion to enter a closed session? Claus?
A move we enter into closed session at 11:35, yes.
Thank you, Claus. Claus has moved to enter a closed session at 11:35 a.m. this morning. Any further discussion? Call a question. Those in favor? Those opposed? That is carried. With that, the floor is yours, guys. And please, if you want to do a round of introductions, Merrill, and we'll go from there.
Yeah, thank you very much. Merrill Harris, Counselor with the MD of Tabor and co-chair of the Southern Regional Stormwater Drainage Committee.
Gary Franz, I was on the member of the St. Mary's River Irrigation District Board.
Right when you are, Candace. Thank you. We will call the meeting back to order at 1:43 p.m. this afternoon. And we have a couple more items remaining in our closed session, so I would entertain a motion to enter a closed session. Clause.
I'll move into a closed session.
Clause is moved to enter a closed session at 1:43 p.m. this afternoon. Any further discussion? I'll call the question. Those in favor? would entertain a motion to come out of a closed session. Lauren? Thank you, Lauren. Any discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And if is there anything else? If not, Mark? Mark is motion to adjourn at 2:51 this afternoon. Those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you, Cole. Thanks.